So the jury knows, just in case, we are on live stream, okay? It's being streamed live. The attorneys have agreed to that. But the photo is only on me, okay? It's not on the witness or yourselves. So good luck. So good luck with anybody who wants to watch me for a couple hours, okay? But they'll hear that. We've taken care of some pre-trial matters. You've all been paid, is that correct? All right, we want to make sure that happens, and you've all had some lunch. All right. All right, with that understanding, I do have somebody in the waiting room, and they were here before.
They were here earlier, yeah.
You might want to email them and let them know we're going to let them in, but we need to know who they are and why they're here. Can you do that?
I can, yeah.
Okay. And then if you're satisfied with the answer, we'll let them in. But I got to know, because if they're a witness in this, they can't watch another witness testify. All right. Opening statement, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, intimate relationships, dating relationships, those are supposed to be the safest relationships we have in our lives. They're supposed to be the people we go to, we trust, we tell them everything, they care for us, they touch us with lovingness and kindness. That didn't happen here. And unsurprisingly, it doesn't happen in a lot of relationships. Sometimes the anger just becomes too much and the touches turn into assaults. Specifically, under the law here in Michigan, a battery occurs when somebody is touched in an angry manner or a harmful manner that is against their will and that is not done in self-defense. On September 10th, 2023, Roxana Hernandez was with her boyfriend, her partner, the person she trusted and cared about, when an argument broke out outside of their apartment, where she stood in front of a car, pregnant, and was pushed into the car 3 times, her stomach hitting that car. Today, you'll hear from Roxana tell you all about that event, where they were before that argument, where they went after that incident, and at what point she felt that she had to contact police for her own safety and for the safety of her unborn baby. She did call police that night. Officers responded. Officer Ashley Anderson, to be specific, was on the scene. Officer Ashley Anderson is now in California working a much different job and is unable to be here today.
Your Honor, objection. We could approach, Your Honor.
What's the legal term for your objection?
Yeah, I believe the prosecution is potentially testifying regarding why a witness they have failed to produce is not present here.
All right, so we'll all rise and out of the presence of the jury. We'll hear the nature of the motion. So I'll excuse the jury. You can follow my court officer. All right, you can be seated, and we have an objection to opening statement. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, I would be objecting to any discussion of statements regarding why the officer is not here today, as currently is a very clear and hard rule that attorneys are not allowed to enter any testimony in this case. And it would be the defense's position that making those statements in front of the jury could be considered testimonial or testifying as to why the officer and the necessary witness is not here today.
Thank you. Mrs. L, response.
Your Honor, I do not believe that this is testimonial in any way, shape, or form. Simply put, this is something that we have to tell the jury, and it's something that we would be telling the jury at the end of the case anyway, especially if the defense is going to be arguing for an adverse witness instruction, Your Honor. This is something that is not case specific. It's not about the facts of the case. It's simply about the unavailability of a witness.
I'm going to, opening statements will preview the evidence, and this is to allow each side to preview or set a roadmap for the preview of the evidence. If Mr. Harries does not believe that the prosecutor has made a proof or evidence of that, I'm sure he can say that in closing. He can say that the prosecutor said this, we heard nothing about that, and that's not in the prosecutor's proofs. I will remind in closing instructions that what we say in opening and statements as advocates is not evidence. It's a commentary on evidence. I'm assuming, Mr. Harries, if whatever the prosecutor doesn't prove, you'll comment on it in closing.
Yes, and I will note, Your Honor, I believe it's also potential that if that is not proven, if there is not some evidence besides testimony from an attorney, from the prosecutor regarding this, then, well, regarding the absence of the officer, then I would also be potentially moving for a mistrial, as at this point, the jury has already heard this statement, and I'm not sure if it can properly be cured.
All right, I understand. The motion for mistrial will be entertained after proofs are made probably during a directed verdict after proofs are made. I understand the motion is taken under advisement, and are we ready to bring the jury back in for the finishing of the opening statement? Mrs. L.
I would like to just clarify if I go into a preview about what I would potentially be entering as evidence that would be coming from Officer Anderson, if I'm going to receive another objection in the middle of my opening.
I don't know. Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, if I believe it, and that as an attorney and as a zealous advocate of my client, if I believe there's a chance my client's rights are being violated or believe there's a chance that a mistrial is being caused, I do believe I am duty bound to make that objection.
There's your answer.
Okay,
All right.
then yeah, let's bring him in.
All right, so we'll bring the jury back in, and we'll continue with opening statement. So back the way you came, so to speak. All right, you may be seated, and the people will proceed with their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies for that brief interruption, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, Officer Anderson won't be here today. Simply put, she won't be. The people do have an exhibit today that does show the body worn camera footage from Officer Anderson. However, we will not be playing the audio of that because that is hearsay testimony. That can't come in under the evidence rules unless Officer Anderson is here. We will be showing you that video specifically so that you can follow along with Ms. Hernandez and her account of what happened that night, so that you can see what Ms. Hernandez was describing and will be describing here today. It's really only Ms. Hernandez that you will hear from and her account. There were no injuries in this case, not anything that sent her to the hospital, just concern for her safety, her unborn baby, and her relationship at that point. At the end of today, we will summarize everything you heard from Ms. Hernandez, and we will ask you to find Mr. Silva guilty of domestic violence after her testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Harris, opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while this case may at first seem rather complicated, I would posit to you that it is actually rather simple in essence. So prosecution has claimed that you'll hear evidence that my client, Mr. Silva, allegedly assaulted the complaining witness multiple times outside of their car on the night in question. Prosecution also will have you believe that my client, that they're going to prove that my client is guilty of the charge, and they intend to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But I will maintain, as I maintained during jury instructions, is that my client is presumed innocent until the prosecution meets each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And it is at this point, I simply intend to show that the statements from the prosecution do not meet those elements. When you will hear the testimony of that complaining witness. However, what you will also likely hear is testimony that the statements she made to the police officer Anderson on the night in question were honestly rather varied and changed several times over the course of that discussion she had with Officer Anderson. Officer Anderson, well, at that point, there was investigation done, and then these charges were filed. It is the defense's position and my client's position that on the night in question, there was no assault that happened, and he did not ever put his hands on Miss Hernandez. My client maintains, and it is the defense's theory of the case, that Miss Hernandez has essentially been fabricating these allegations as a threat to him to get him in trouble or punish him for some perceived slight she believes he has committed. Start of my opening, as I said, while this may seem complicated, it's honestly rather simple. The presumption of innocence applies to everyone in a case, applies to me, applies to Mr. Silva, applies to all you good people of the jury for anything we're alleged to have done. So the government, to essentially punish us for that crime, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime was committed and that we are the one who committed that crime. Reasonable doubt is not more likely than not. It's not 50% plus one. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. That means if you have reasonable doubts regarding what may have happened that night, if you believe that there is, you believe there is one theory of the case that could be possible, but believe there's another theory of the case that is just as likely, that is a reasonable doubt. And if in fact you end up believing that there are reasonable doubts about whether or not this crime is committed, then you must find my client not guilty. Not can, not may, must. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so the people could call their first witness. I've sworn in the interpreter. We'll have an interpreter here. And I'm gonna have Ms. Slaviak turn off the fan only for the witness, okay? Because it's gonna get hot in here. But we'll turn it off with the fan. And what I'll have is a direct examination with the witness and the interpreter. And then if you need a break, tell me in between. If not, we can go through. So let's start it that way, okay?
Thank you. People call Roxana Diaz Hernandez to the stand.
All right. And the interpreter, you can come up and you can sit, maybe or sit by her in front here. Let's get her on the witness stand and then we'll see. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And then we want the microphone to pick both of you up. So I'm gonna move that, yeah. And you can have part of mine. Right. You can come this way, ma'am. You may need to assist us. I just want to swear in. All right, ma'am, I'm gonna have you stand right in front of me. And please spell your first name and last name and spell them both for the record.
Nombre completo y deletrear tu nombre y el apellido. Roxana Díaz Hernández.
And can you spell them both for the record?
Ajá, deletreando, con calma, por favor.
R
R
O
O
X
X
A
A
N
N
A
A
D
B
I
E latina
de punto,
I
A
A
Z
C
H
H
E
E
R
R
N
N A
D
D
E
E
Z.
C.
And ma'am, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand.
Levanta tu mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Swear.
All right, so go ahead and have a seat here. And I'm gonna, the microphone does not amplify your voice.
Entonces, el micrófono no amplifica tu voz.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have you project as best you can to the back of the room.
Cuando hable, trata de hablar en un volumen que se puede escuchar por mí. ¿Ok?
Okay. And Mrs. L, when you're ready.
Thank you.
Entonces, estamos.
Thank you for being here today.
Gracias por estar aquí.
I want to start by just giving the jury an opportunity to get to know you.
Voy a comenzar para dejarles saber al jurado, ¿no? Una oportunidad de que te conozcan.
May I ask, do you currently have a job?
¿Actualmente tienes trabajo?
Sí,
And what
Yes.
kind of job do you do?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo tienes?
trabajo en una fábrica de partes de carro.
I work in a factory like car parts.
And do you have any kids?
¿Tienes hijos?
Sí,
How
Yes.
many?
¿Cuántos?
2.
Two.
And how old are they?
¿Qué edad tienes?
Tengo una, la mayor, tiene 13 años,
The older one is 13 years old.
vive en Cuba.
She lives in Cuba.
Tengo otra bebé,
I have another baby. Gorgeous baby.
tiene ahora actualmente alrededor de 18 meses.
Actually, right now, she has around 18 months.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I want to take you back to September 10th, 2023.
Quiero llevarte de nuevo para septiembre 10, 2023.
Do you remember that day?
¿Recuerdas esta fecha?
Sí.
Yes.
And what were you doing that day?
¿Qué estábamos haciendo ese día?
Ese día estaba con mi expareja
That day I was with my ex-partner
en un cumpleaños
in a birthday party.
en el horario de la tarde-noche.
It was around afternoon, early night.
And who was your ex-boyfriend?
¿Quién tu novio?
Bueno, él se nombra, el nombre de él es Junior José Castaneda Silva.
His name is Junior José Castañeda Silva.
Thank you. And I just want to say, if at any point you need to take a second, take a breath, just let me know, okay?
Y también, si en algún momento quieres tomar un descanso, hacer un momentico, déjanos saber.
Ok,
And what was your relationship with Mr. Silva at the time?
¿Cuál era tu relación con el señor Silva en ese momento?
éramos pareja.
We were a couple.
Now, how long did you stay at that birthday party?
¿Qué tiempo tuviste en esa fiesta de cumpleaños?
No recuerdo muy bien, pero alrededor de 4 horas o quizás más.
I don't recall exactly, but it were around 3-4 hours, maybe a little more.
And why did you leave?
¿Y por qué te fuiste?
Porque me estaba sintiendo mal
Because I was feeling not well
y ya era tarde.
and it was late.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
¿Y a qué te refieres con eso?
Que en ese momento yo estaba en un periodo de gestación de mi actual bebé.
That time I was in my pregnancy, like with the youngest baby.
And did you, when you left, where did you go?
Y cuando te fuiste, ¿a dónde fuiste?
Fuimos al departamento de, en ese entonces, mi expareja.
We were to the apartment in that time, my ex couple.
Okay. And what's the address of that apartment?
¿Cuál es la dirección de ese apartamento?
4023 Jolie RD.
4023 Jolly Road.
And do you know if that's in Lansing, Michigan?
¿Y sabes si eso es en Lansing, Michigan?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know if that's in Ingham County?
¿Sabes si es en el condado de Ingham?
creo que sí, no estoy muy segura del condado.
Think so. I'm not pretty sure on the count.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you got home, tell me what happened.
Cuando llegaste a la casa, cuéntame qué pasó.
Nosotros llegamos, subimos al departamento,
So we arrived and we went upstairs to the apartment.
Hasta ese momento todo estaba bien.
Until that moment, everything was fine.
Esta persona me dijo que tenía hambre, que tenía mucho apetito.
This person, he told me at the time that he was hungry, that he had appetite.
Estaba en la cocina haciéndole algo de cenar.
I was in the kitchen doing something to eat.
I want to pause you right there just for a second.
Ok.
Do you see Mr. Silva in the courtroom today?
¿Tú ves al señor Silva en la corte?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you please describe him by something he's wearing?
¿Puedes describirlo por algo que esté usando hoy?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Tiene una camisa mangas largas de color negro.
We have a shirt, long sleeve, black.
And can you describe where he's sitting in the courtroom
¿Puedes
for us?
describir dónde que está sentado en la corte?
A su derecha.
Like on your right.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, we would like the record to reflect that Mr. Silva has been identified by Mr. Hernandez.
Any objection to the witness identifying the defendant for purposes of jury trial?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, the witness has identified the defendant for jury trial.
Han identificado al defendido. Continuamos.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you go into the kitchen, you start cooking. What were you cooking?
Entonces, tú estás cocinando, empezaste a cocinar. ¿Qué estabas cocinando?
Me acuerdo que ese día yo había comprado unos tamales en Grand Rapids, me los había llevado para Lansing y unos pescados.
I remember that day that I bought tamales in Grand Rapids and I brought it to Lansing and some fish.
So while you were cooking, what happened?
Y cuando estabas cocinando, ¿qué sucedió?
Empezamos a tener una conversación, un diálogo respecto a mi embarazo.
We start to have a conversation, like a dialogue about my pregnancy.
And can you describe that dialogue? Was it good?
¿Puedes describir el diálogo? ¿Fue bueno?
Al principio, mis palabras fueron buenas, hasta el punto
At the beginning, my words they were good till the point
que usé una frase específica que no se me olvida porque estoy pasando por esa situación hoy día.
that I use a specific phrase that I'm never gonna forget because I'm passing the same situation like today.
I'm sorry, you said a specific
¿Dijiste que
phrase?
dijiste una frase específica? Yes.
Sí,
Would you,
Yes.
is it an appropriate phrase to repeat
¿Es
today?
una frase apropiada para repetir?
sí, claro,
Yes, of course.
Would you mind repeating what phrase you
¿Podrías repetirla
said?
en la frase?
cómo no.
Yeah, of course.
La frase fue, palabras textuales,
The phrase went like textual.
ay amor, yo espero que cuando nazca nuestra bebé, nunca me la vayas a quitar, nunca quieras alejarme a mi hija de mí.
It went, oh love, I always think that when we have our baby, you're never going to take her away from me or like keep us apart.
May I ask, why did you say that?
¿Y puedo preguntar por qué dijiste eso?
Porque en ocasiones, cuando yo y él discutíamos, él me decía que yo era una mala madre,
So in occasions when we have like a disagreements and stuff like that, he used to say like that I was a bad mother,
que yo no me merecía tener ese bebé.
that I didn't deserve to have that baby.
So after you say that
¿Por
phrase,
qué dijiste esa frase?
how were you feeling?
¿Cómo te sentiste?
Me sentí mal porque él reaccionó de una forma no correcta.
I feel bad because his reaction wasn't the right one.
What was the reaction?
¿Cuál fue la reacción?
Él empezó a alterarse,
He started to like getting upset.
me empezó a decir que qué tipo de hombre yo pensaba que era él,
That what kind of man do I think he is?
que
Objection, Your Honor. The complaining witness cannot testify as to any statements my client allegedly made, as that would be hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, it would be a statement made by an opposing party, which is a clear hearsay exception under the Michigan Rules of Evidence.
Actually, I think it's defined as not hearsay
Okay, thank
under
you.
804. Response, Mr. Harris.
Now, I would simply request that the complaining witness can keep her testimony towards things she has personal knowledge of that could not potentially be hearsay.
Right, the objection is denied or overruled. The witness is making the
Tú
statements
estás
to
diciendo que
the complaining victim,
información
and therefore it is deemed as not hearsay
no hay
under the
ningún problema,
rule.
no es que si tú
Uh,
lo bendices, se
Mrs.
mantiene.
L, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continúa.
Ok,
So let's go back to his reaction.
Entonces vamos de nuevo a su reacción.
ok,
Do you remember where you left off?
¿Recuerda dónde nos quedamos?
sí,
Yes.
Go ahead. How did he react?
Continúa. O sea, ¿cómo fue que reaccionó?
donde me quedé donde esta persona dijo que qué tipo de padre, que qué tipo de hombre yo pensaba que era él.
I was in the part when he responds like, what kind of man, what kind of father do you think I am?
And after that, what happened?
Y después de eso, ¿qué sucedió?
Yo le pedía que se calmara, que no tenía por qué alterarse.
I was requesting him to like calm down. You have to create like an issue of fuss about it.
So can I ask, at this point, were your tensions heightened? Were you yelling at all?
En ese momento las tensiones estaban altas, o sea, estaban gritando.
Ya
Yes.
estaban saliéndose de control.
Yes, the situation was kind of like getting out.
Okay. So you ask him to calm down.
Entonces le dije que se calme.
How does the discussion move forward?
¿Cómo
What
es que la
happens?
discusión continúa a partir de ahí? ¿Qué sucede?
Sigue, es como una cadena, siguen las ofensas, que yo no tengo ni idea cómo fue que lo criaron a él, que
It was like a chain. The offenses continue, and that I don't have any idea how he was raised.
que si yo me pensaba que si yo pensaba que él se había criado de la misma manera que yo, como una pordiosera,
That if I was thinking that he was raised the same way I am, and he was using like, usando esa palabra
específicamente.
like a homeless person.
Now, at any point during this argument, did you try to leave?
En algún momento durante la discusión tú trataste de ir.
En algún momento en la discusión yo entré al baño.
In some time of the discussion, I went to the restroom.
Did that help calm down the situation at all?
¿Eso ayudó a que la situación se calmara? o
No, al
algo?
contrario,
No, completely.
Okay, what happened
¿Qué
then?
fue lo que sucedió?
yo en ese momento no sé si fueron los nervios, lo que había comido, me entraron deseos de hacer en el baño y llamé a mi hermana por teléfono, estando yo sentada en el baño.
So at that time, when I went to the restroom, I didn't know if it was like the situation or anything that I was eating before, or like the nerves or anything like that. So I have to go to the restroom. I went to the restroom and then I called my sister from there.
Y ahí en ese momento él abre la puerta y me empieza a decir que me iba a grabar para que vieran que la grosera era yo, que la agresiva era yo.
At that time, he opens the door and he starts telling me that he's going to record me. That way, people will know like that I was the aggressive person, that the one getting problem wasn't.
Yo le digo que me respetara, que dejara la falta de respeto, que saliera del baño, que yo estaba haciendo popó.
So I told him like, you have to respect me. Like, I will not allow like this disrespect. So let's get out and finish. I'm doing number two.
Okay, do you remember if he was recording in that moment?
¿Tú recuerdas si él estaba grabando en ese momento?
Él tenía el teléfono en la mano y me estaba amenazando de que una vez más me iba a grabar.
He had his phone in his hand and he was like saying he was like recording. He was trying to record, or he was trying to record.
So after that, does he leave the restroom?
Y después de eso él se fue del baño.
No, él estaba ahí, ya yo salí del baño, empezamos a discutir. Yo trato de quitarle el teléfono, le digo que no me grabe sin mi autorización, él me coge por los brazos.
So he was there. I just left the restaurant and then we started the whole discussion, the whole thing, and then I tried to get his phone from him, and then I keep telling him to do not record me, and then he grabbed me by the arm.
Yo le digo que se calme, él me coge por los brazos, me empuja, me agrede.
I told him to calm down. He grabbed me by the arm. He pushed me. He do aggressions against me.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you there. I gotta go into a little more detail here.
Tenemos que ir un poquitico más a
Ok.
detalle.
So again, if you need to take a second, please let me know.
Necesitas tomar un momento.
And the translator is describing for the defendant also, is that correct?
Ya, está trabajando para defender.
So when he grabbed your arm,
Cuando te-
which arm was it?
¿Qué brazo fue?
Ambos brazos.
Both arms.
Both arms. Was it at the same time?
¿Fue a la misma vez?
Sí,
Yes.
So was he grabbing with both hands?
Por favor, cogiéndote con la mano.
sí.
Yes.
Do you remember having any marks or anything?
¿Recuerdas que hubiera dejado alguna marca o algo de eso?
Sí,
Yes.
de hecho los oficiales me cogieron fotos de ambos brazos porque se me veía la marca en ambos brazos.
Yes, in fact, the officials, when they were seeing, they took pictures on both arms because you can see the marks on both arms.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So after he grabbed your arms, you said he pushed you?
Todo el caso, tú dices,
Sí,
Was it a continuous action or did he let go first?
¿fue una acción continua o él, por ejemplo, te soltó?
él me empujó,
He pushed me,
me agarró y me empujó.
he grabbed me and pushed me.
How many times did he push you?
¿Cuántas veces te empujó?
Bueno, en el departamento
In the apartment,
me empujó, no recuerdo mucho porque fue tanto forcejeo, pero en el carro abajo, en el parqueo me empujó 3 veces contra el carro.
in the apartment, I don't recall like how many times because it was not like forcing around the whole heat of the moment. But in the car, when we were downstairs, it was 3 times.
Okay. So when you're in the apartment and he's pushing you, do you remember, did you fall?
Cuando estabas en el apartamento y estaban empujando, ¿tú te acuerdas si te caíste o algo así?
No me caí, me fui contra la pared.
No, I didn't fall. I went against the wall.
Do you recall what part of you hit the wall?
¿Recuerdas que golpeó la pared?
Sí, claro, mi
Yes, of
mi
course.
costado derecho,
My
incluyendo
right
mi
side,
abdomen.
including my abdomen.
And so then you mentioned some pushing at a car. Can you tell us how we get to the car?
Empujones, ¿no? Ahí en el carro.
Sí.
¿Cómo fue que llegaron a este carro?
Era en el carro que él tenía anteriormente, en el que habíamos llegado a la casa.
I mean, in his car, like the car that he had before, the one that we arrived to town.
No sé, todo sucedió tan rápido, bajamos las escaleras, él tenía las llaves, o sea, anteriormente de eso, mi teléfono estaba casi sin carga.
It was like a, for example, he had the keys, we went down the stairs and my phone, before that, my phone was like almost without charge.
Él, él, él andaba ebrio, bien borracho.
He was drunk, like really drunk.
A pesar de todas las agresiones, yo le decía que no se fuera borracho, que tenía miedo de un accidente.
A part of all the aggressions, I was keep reminding like, hey, don't go like that, don't drive like that, just don't go like that.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because
Or
I
else
just
you're
want to
saying-
make sure I'm following.
O
Okay.
quiero tener una idea de que estamos siguiendo bien.
Okay.
So you're in the argument and he decides he's gonna leave?
Y él decide que va.
Sí, no sé de qué forma nosotros bajamos las escaleras y yo quería el cargador de mi teléfono.
Yes, I mean, I didn't go exactly, like at some point we went down the stairs and was trying to get the charger for the phone.
Okay, and at that point, when you both went down the stairs,
Cuando bajaron los dos
he was trying to get in his car?
él estaba tratando de ir al carro, tú estabas tratando de entrar al carro también.
Los dos estábamos tratando yo de coger mi cargador, él de irse, eso fue una locura.
I mean, both. I was trying to get the charger, he was trying to leave, it was kind of like a timer.
Okay, so you said he was drunk?
¿Estás diciendo que estaba borracho?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you recall how much had been drunk that night?
¿Tú recuerdas qué tanto él tomó esa noche?
mucho.
A lot.
Do you recall about what time you were drinking? Was it at the birthday party?
¿Recuerdas cuándo era que estaba tomando, por ejemplo, en
En el
cumpleaños?
cumpleaños,
En el birthday party?
Was any alcohol consumed by Mr. Silva at home?
No había, o sea, el señor Silva tuvo consumo de alcohol en la casa.
no.
Okay. So
No,
you're
no,
down, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
¿puedes repetir eso?
No que yo recuerde en la casa.
No, that I recall in that home now.
Thank you. So So you're down at the car,
Entonces,
you're trying to stop him from leaving.
estás tratando de detenerlo de que se vaya.
Can you describe what's happening,
¿Puedes
please?
describir qué es lo que sucedió?
Yo estoy tratando de ponerme el catador, él me dice con estas palabras, no toques mi carro, cochino, puerca, sepárate de mi carro.
I was trying to get the charger and he told me like, with these words, don't touch my car, you big filthy, don't touch my car.
Mi hermana estaba en videollamada conmigo en el teléfono. Yo le decía que a lo mejor se me acababa la carga.
My sister was in a video call with me on the phone and I was telling her that like the charger was like, the phone charge was low, so I might get it.
Okay.
Ella me decía que no colgara, que no dejara que se le acabara la carga. Junior, le decía a Junior, por favor, ya cálmate, no agredas a mi hermana.
She was telling me like, don't allow the phone call to get caught. And then she was saying, Junior, please just calm down, don't do any aggressions to the system.
Can I ask,
Puedo preguntar.
you said that
Dice,
there was concern about the phone call
había
being
preocupación
discovered.
de que la llamada fuera descubierta, que se cortara.
Que se cortara la llamada.
Got caught.
Okay,
Sí,
why was there concern about
Porque
getting
había
getting
preocupación
caught?
de que la llamada se cortara.
porque en otras ocasiones
Because in prior occasions,
tengo que,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you. We can't go into any prior
no
occasions.
podemos ir en nada que sea anterior.
o-
So can let me
Okay,
clarify.
okay.
Déjame clarificar.
How were you feeling about that being discovered?
¿Cómo tú te sientes de que fuera como descubierto, de que la llamada fuera descubierta?
no, de que la llamada se cayera.
No, that the phone call got dropped, not discovered.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you for the clarification.
Gracias por la pregunta.
Okay, so you're trying to calm Mr. Silva down.
Tratando de calmar al señor Silva,
Ujú,
You're still on the phone.
todavía no me interesa.
What
ujú.
happens?
¿Qué pasa?
Él me coge, me sacude, me tira contra el carro 2 o 3 veces.
So
Yo
he,
subo para el departamento.
so he grabbed me, he shaking me, and he pushed me against the car like 2-3 times. And then I went back to the apartment.
Volvemos de nuevo al departamento los dos.
We
Él,
were back both in the apartment.
él me amenaza, me dice que me va a llamar la policía, que él tiene evidencia.
So he threatened me that he would call the police, that he has evidence.
Sé que me ha pedido que no regrese al pasado, pero palabras textuales,
I know that you asked me like to not come back to the past, but textual words.
él me dice que él tiene evidencia para que la policía me arreste.
He told me that he has evidence, so the police arrest me.
Y yo le digo, yo no voy a permitir de que tú me llames la policía a mí cuando eres tú el que me estás agrediendo a mí y estás haciendo que yo pierda a mi bebé.
And I told him I will not allow you to like call the police on me, so they arrest me when you're the one doing the aggression. Get involved in the baby.
Okay, so who actually called the police then?
¿Quién llamó a la policía?
Yo,
I did.
And I want to go back to the car just for a few minutes.
Regresar de nuevo al caso, un momento.
ok,
Where were you at in relation to the car?
¿Dónde estabas tú en relación al carro?
yo estaba en la puerta, está la puerta del conductor, en la parte así del lado de la puerta del pasajero, en la parte así, del costado del carro.
So I was, for example, there is the car, the driver's door. I was in the side next to the passenger door.
And where was Mr. Silva?
¿Y dónde estaba el señor Silva?
Al frente en la puerta del conductor.
At front of the driver door, like on the side.
Okay. At what point did he come over to you?
¿En qué momento es que él dio la vuelta y vino hacia ti?
No, a ver, este es el carro,
Okay, so this is the car.
esta es la puerta del conductor
That's the driver's side.
y aquí está la puerta del aquí al lado.
The passenger, no, the rear door.
Okay,
Let the record reflect the witnesses using the Kleenex box and showing that the passenger rear door is the opening. Okay,
Disculpe,
just so the record reflects that in case there's any questions.
de atrás.
The
Ajá.
door under passenger driver side.
Ok, disculpen la.
Sorry,
no, you're okay. I appreciate the
gracias
visual.
por la parte visual.
So you were on the same side of the car.
Entonces los dos están en el mismo lado.
Sí, los dos en el mismo
Yeah,
lado.
both on the same side.
About how far away from each other
Y
were you?
distancia de uno del otro,
Cerca.
like close.
So probably a foot or so.
Vamos a decir como un pie o algo así aproximadamente.
Menos, estábamos muy cerca.
Less, we were like really close.
Okay. And then you said he pushed you into the car a few times.
Dice que él te empuja hacia el carro varias veces.
Sí,
How
Yes.
many did you say?
¿Cuántas veces dijiste?
unas 3 ocasiones.
Like 3 occasions.
And which part of you hit the car?
¿Y qué parte de ti golpeó el carro?
Golpeé en el costado,
On the side,
de frente
front,
y de costado.
again on the side.
Okay. So as he was pushing you, you were getting turned.
Estaba empujando, era como que estaba mirando.
Ujú.
So was he holding on to you when he was pushing you?
Cuando estaba empujando, él te estaba aguantando.
Él estaba como de
Igual.
diferente forma. Ahí no se sabía si me quería aguantar o me quería estrellar contra el carro o quería desaparecerme en ese momento.
It was in like different forms. At a time, I didn't know if it was to just like hold me or push me or smash it to the car.
Now, when this was all happening, do you remember what time of day it
¿Tú
was?
recuerdas qué hora del día era?
Era en la madrugada.
It was around early morning.
So was it dark outside?
Era oscuro fuera?
Sí, era muy oscuro.
Yeah, it was really dark. So,
So you said after that, you were able to get back inside. How did you get away?
o sea, después de eso tuviste que regresar adentro, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo fue que tuviste que regresar?
No solo regresé para atrás.
I just went back.
Él regresó atrás de mí, siguió la discusión, él empezó a tirar los maquillajes contra la pared,
Then he went back after me. Then the discussion go
empezó,
on and he threw the makeups against the wall.
empezó a decirme que no fuera tan agresiva, que mira cómo yo estaba rompiendo las cosas cuando realmente era él quien lo estaba
He
rompiendo.
started telling me that, hey, don't be so aggressive, you're breaking stuff, when he was the one throwing and breaking stuff.
Okay, let's go back to that for a
Vamos a
second.
regresar a esa parte.
Okay.
So the argument's continuing once you get back inside.
Ujú.
O sea,
Did he ask
regresamos.
him? Did he yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Tienes que responder
yes,
sí.
We need it verbally
Ya,
for the
tienes
record.
que verbalmente decir sí o no.
yes.
So you said makeup was getting thrown against the wall.
El maquillaje lo estaba tirando contra la pared.
Todo maquillaje,
Like
lámpara,
all the
mesita,
makeup, the lamp on the side.
todo lo tiró
table.
contra la pared que quedaba en el closet y la esquina de la puerta.
He threw everything in the
Todo
wall
se
that
fue.
was between the closet and the door.
Okay, and where were you when these items were being
¿Y
thrown?
dónde tú estabas cuando él estaba sacando estos objetos estaban siendo tirados?
Saliendo del cuarto.
Getting out of the room.
So you were on your way out the door.
O sea, tú estabas saliendo.
Yo estaba saliendo del cuarto porque yo le estaba diciendo a mi hermana que yo me quería ir de mi casa, que yo me quería ir de ahí, que yo no sabía para dónde iba a
I
ir.
was heading out from the bedroom because I was telling my sister at the point that I want to go, I want to just leave that place.
And how were you feeling in that moment?
¿Y cómo te sientes en ese momento?
¿Cómo me sentí en ese momento?
Like, how do I feel in that moment?
Yes.
Sí,
Mal,
ya,
desorientada,
very disoriented.
sentía que mi vida se me estaba derrumbando en pedacitos,
I was feeling that my life was like crumbles in pieces.
porque en ese entonces yo estaba pasando por unas situaciones bien críticas con mi embarazo.
Because at that time I was having like some critical moments in my pregnancy.
Había dejado mi departamento en Grand Rapids para irme con él.
I just left my apartment in Grand Rapids to come to live with him.
No tenía familias aquí en Lansing,
No family here in Lansing,
pocas amistades.
just a few friends.
Mi embarazo mi bebé tenía la placenta previa antes del parto.
My pregnancy, my baby was like having some like issues with the like, pre-part.
Me habían diagnosticado que tenía en el cuello del útero que tenía fibromas.
I got a diagnosis that I have fibromas in the like middle of the uterus at the time.
Y el doctor me explicó que a lo mejor mi bebé ni iba a nacer.
And the doctor told me at that point, he was explaining that there was a possibility that the kid wasn't even be able to get born.
Y esa fue una de las razones que me hizo regresar con él, estar con él en su casa, porque era el único apoyo que yo tenía en ese momento.
That was one of the reasons that got me to like go back with him and stay there, because that was the only like support that I have at the time.
Okay, so at this point, you're still talking to your sister on the
Todavía
phone.
estás hablando con tu hermana en el teléfono.
Ujú.
When do
Sí o no?
you call?
Sí,
Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
When do you call the police?
¿Cuándo fue que llamaste a la policía?
cuando él me amenazó que me iba a llamar a la policía, que como ya le dije anteriormente, cuando él me dijo que ahora soy yo la que sigue así, sigue gritando, me sigue tirando las cosas, que te voy a llamar la policía.
At that time when he told me that he would call the police, I mean, at the time he was like, oh, go on like that, you keep throwing things and stuff like that, I will call the police.
Mi respuesta fue a mi hermana, Tata, ahora te llamo, yo soy la que le voy a llamar la policía a él.
So my answer was to my sister, Tata, like referring to my sister, I call you back, I will call the police. I will call the police on him.
Porque yo le dije así palabras textuales, yo le dije a él un montón de veces que se podía meter conmigo, pero con mi hija no ha nacido, pero la voy a defender.
Because like being like textual words, and like I told him several times before that he can threaten me, but not on my baby, with my baby, no.
Okay. So after you call the police,
Así,
Ujú.
where do you wait for them?
¿dónde fue que esperaste por ellos?
Abajo, bajé las escaleras
I went down the stairs
y los esperé en la acera con la persona que me estaba atendiendo del 911.
and I wait for them outside in the like right in the parking lot with the person on the phone that was taking care of the phone call from 9/11.
Okay. And then do you recall how long it took the police to arrive?
¿Tú recuerdas que tiempo tardó la policía en llegar?
Rápido,
Like,
no sé,
fast. I don't know.
se demoró mucho.
They didn't take too long.
And did you speak to officers when they arrived?
¿Y hablaste con oficiales cuando ellos llegaron?
Mediante un traductor que ellos me proporcionaron.
Through an interpreter that they connected.
And do you remember, was the interpreter in person?
¿Tú recuerdas el intérprete estaba en persona?
No, estaba mediante una vía telefónica.
No, it was through a phone.
And if I could just have 1 second.
So,
Your Honor, at this time, the people would like to begin laying the foundation for a video to be entered into evidence.
a ver el video.
May I'm going to show defense first, but after I show defense the exhibit, may I approach the witness
You
to
may,
begin laying
but
foundation?
show the defense first, what you plan on
Yeah.
showing the witness in regards to foundation. That's without any video, that's without any audio, correct?
It is without any audio. I'm just going to show a still of the video.
Okay.
And then I believe Ms. Hernandez would be able to speak on the video after.
You may show the exhibit or the exhibit to, it's actually just a picture to the witness.
So it is the video, it's just the video is paused at the moment. Do you recognize this?
¿Reconoces eso?
Sí, claro,
Yes, of course.
Do you recognize where this is at?
¿Sabes dónde queda eso?
sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Where is it at?
¿Dónde queda?
En la 4023 Jolie RD, Lansing, Michigan.
4023 Joey Road, Lansing, Michigan.
And do you know who's in this picture or video?
¿Y sabes quién está en esa imagen?
Yo,
And do you know when this video was from?
¿Y sabes de cuándo este video?
sí,
Yes.
And how do you know that?
¿Y cómo sabes?
porque eso soy yo
That's me.
en el momento que llega el oficial.
In the moment that the officers arrive.
Thank you.
Gracias.
At this time, Your Honor, we believe that the foundation for the video has been laid as to personal knowledge. We would ask to enter this exhibit into evidence, specifically up until the 15-minute mark, as that is the only portion of the video that foundation has been laid for.
And that's without audio.
That would be without audio, correct?
Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, I would simply renew my objection that I believe that any potential, well, any questions regarding the content of the video could be asked if she recalls what she said in that video at this point. And so I would be objecting, and I would leave it up to the court's discretion.
Ma'am, is that video a fair and accurate representation of what occurred with your discussion to the officer?
Yes.
I'm going to allow the video to be played without audio, and so I will admit People's Exhibit 1.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And please bear with me, it's technology. Old technology. All right. Ms. Hernandez, do you recognize this?
¿Reconoces eso?
Sí,
Yes.
Is this the video that I just showed you?
Este fue el video que te mostramos hace un momento.
sí.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to play it. I'm going to mute it.
Sí, pero sí.
And can you just describe what's going on in this video?
Describir lo que va sucediendo en el video.
Ok, ahí están llegando los oficiales.
The officers are arriving.
Me están preguntando que si
They're
estoy
asking
bien,
me if I'm okay,
qué fue lo que sucedió.
what happened.
And I'm gonna pause for a second here,
Voy a pausar el momento aquí.
and that's at the 1 minute and 49.
Al minuto con 49 segundos.
Back it up just. So we see here you're talking to the officer. Can you describe how you're feeling there?
¿Puedes describir cómo te sientes en ese momento?
En ese momento me sentía mal.
At that moment, I was feeling bad,
Me sentía muy mal.
really bad.
Okay, I'm gonna go forward a little bit more here. Now you're touching your belly there. Can you tell me why you're touching your belly?
Sí, porque ahí yo me sentía confusa. No sabía qué era lo que estaba viviendo, qué era lo que estaba sintiendo, dado a toda esa locura que estaba sufriendo en ese momento.
At that time, I was feeling a lot of confusion. I didn't know what was leading at that moment, what was happening at that moment. What was happening.
Okay. We keep going here. Now, what is the officer holding in her
¿Qué es lo que el
hand?
oficial está teniendo? O sea, lo tiene el oficial en su mano.
El teléfono con el traductor.
The phone with the interpreter.
And do you feel that you were able to accurately tell the officer what happened through that phone call?
Y tú le puedes explicar, o sea, seguro lo que estaba sucediendo al siguiente.
Yo le estaba explicando, pero
I'm
estaba
gonna pause the video, sorry.
I was explaining, but
estaba explicándole y prácticamente en ese momento no entendía ni siquiera qué era lo que me estaba diciendo porque estaba como aturdida. Estaba preocupada por mi bebé.
so at that time I was trying to explain, but at that time I didn't know what they were asking or not. I was too confused, and then I was worried about my baby.
But, so, when you were talking to the
O sea,
officer,
cuando estabas hablando con el oficial,
did you try to give honest answers?
y trataste de que tus respuestas fueran honestas.
Sí,
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip forward a little bit here.
Vamos hablando.
There's a point in here, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find. So in this portion of the video, This is about at the 2:45 mark.
2:45.
I do apologize. I really had this. Okay, so right here, around 2:30, actually. Can you say what you're doing there?
¿Qué puedes explicar qué es lo que estás haciendo?
Sí, el oficial, yo le estaba explicando, le estaba enseñando al oficial las marcas de los brazos de esta persona cuando
Yes,
me apretó.
I was explaining and showing the officer like the marks on my arms from the person like running.
And are you able to see the markings on this?
¿Puedes ver las marcas ahí?
No se ven tan claras, pero sí se notan cuando le das
They're
like.
not that clear. You can notice, but there is not that.
Se ven.
How did your arms feel right then?
¿Cómo se sienten tus brazos?
Adoloridos.
With pain.
Was it a lot of pain? Was it soreness?
Tal vez algo de hinchazón.
En ese momento no tenía inflamación porque recientemente había ocurrido.
So at that moment, I didn't have any inflammation because it just.
I'm going to unpublish here. So once you told officers what happened,
Explicas al oficial qué fue lo que pasó,
what'd you do?
qué fue lo que hiciste.
Ellos me preguntan que si quiero ir al hospital,
They asked me that if I want to go to the hospital,
que si necesito una ambulancia.
that if I need an ambulance.
And did you go to the hospital?
Sí,
Yes.
And why did you go to the hospital?
porque tenía mucho dolor bajo vientre.
There was a lot of pain in my belly.
And was your pregnancy safe in the end?
Tu embarazo, podemos decir que al final de todo estuvo seguro.
Al final de todo, sí,
At the
sí,
end of
muy seguro.
I mean, yes, it was.
Sí.
Yes.
But did you know that at the time?
Pero ¿sabías eso en ese momento?
No sabía que iba a estar seguro.
No, I didn't know
Pero-
that it was safe.
Temía mucho por mi bebé en ese entonces.
I was like, afraid for my baby at the time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Right. Mr. Harris, I'll give you, we probably should take like a 5-10 minute break just to give everybody some air because we don't have air. And then we'll come back and have a cross-examination of the witness by the defense. So let's take a 5-10 minute break and then we'll come back and we'll finish up with this witness. So all right to the jury.
You guys will leave all your notes in here, by the way.
If you need to go outside or get some air.
You can follow me. Just be careful of the square.
Prosecutor created a trespass.
Without the fan, it gets muggy a little bit. All right, so the witness is still under oath. Is there anything to come to the court's attention prior to like 5 or 10 minute break? And then we'll go with the cross-examination of the witness from the people.
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Mr. Harris.
After the defense, Your Honor.
All right, let's take 10 and then we'll come back and we'll finish up.
Yes, 5 minutes.
So you're free to go for about 5, 10.
She cannot go outside.
She can use the courtroom, she's just in her office.
Oh, sí, no, puede ir al baño y eso. Eso puede ser el resto del baño que va a hacer. Plus one.
Oh, you need some water? Okay, I'll give you some.
I gotta go there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you could just stay. Well, Gabby, do you want to take her to a conference room, please?
Yes, I do. Okay.
Oh, it's just water. no?
Mrs. L's gonna take her to the conference room. I'll bring you water.
Oh.
There we go.
Do you like my trip hazard? I made it just for you.
There's so many.
I know.
About the proper etiquette. I don't wanna know, don't wanna know. Maybe Wednesday, I just found out that there's preliminary exams. It's Lansing. Speaking of that,
On Wednesday?
on
Oh,
Wednesday,
tomorrow.
no, next week.
Oh, next week, Wednesday. I got a school. I hope that it's gonna be super easy day for you. Yeah. I mean, I can just tell you now, so.
Wednesday, Wednesday.
She's so green, though. And we shall keep in my jail, these children.
Yes,
Oh.
well, it's really hot. Jeez.
We don't usually.
Yours is like,
That's ridiculous, yeah.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Because we ditched our
it definitely is.
courtroom one
Maybe
time for
because
the
it's like,
boards.
you know, bigger, more room. But, yeah, it's definitely noticeably. Ooh.
Yeah, horrible. It's really horrible.
We're downstairs in the water. Do
Of
you need
course.
anything?
I did not do anything. I'm the one who's supposed to ask you that question.
Apparently I was starting an email when we.
Yeah, I just checked.
How's it going?
Too hot.
Too hot, yeah. See,
It's
even,
so
see, even you,
hot.
yeah,
Way too hot.
yeah, yeah. Hey, I got that book.
Yeah, I have been using it. And these ones are sweet, so.
What was it?
It was just for statement, which is. Just kind of. Yeah, so Gabby, kind of just asked her if she was saying. Speak Spanish. Not sure if it isn't. Because one of them gets booted at the end. And Spanish didn't interpret. You know, because he gets to actually hear what she's saying. You know what I mean?
How do you interpret this word? He actually followed the questions, but the reply from her, she was talking too many things at the same time. The interpreter
Right.
was able to just like, hey, yeah, we need to go to hospital. Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, in the video, the interpreter like wasn't giving all the details. Like she's
I mean, I
literally
understand
reporting
on that situation. Our instruction is she's okay. She needs to go to the hospital.
Right, 'cause
stuff
it's
like
an
that. So that's
emergency
fine,
response.
But there was so much more.
There was a lot of
I got you.
information,
I understand.
like a lot.
So then, You might enter with a video of that too, like, you would use that to enter
Tried to get away.
videos.
Yeah.
Because at that point in time, you're not just playing video, you're transcribing. Ooh, that's.
Yeah. It's like a common courtesy that you just don't do that.
It's not.
Pretty much, because she was just saying that the police officer is not here.
I said, why? She lives in California. And they were like, she's testing.
I mean, probably legally, she shouldn't have said that, but.
Well,
not
I'm saying it wasn't her.
not a cool to object. I know.
Yeah, because
That's something you
in the
can
end
put
of
in
the
your.
day.
Well, the judge told us to argue because he tells us to. So I
It just, it's like just professional courtesy not to do that unless it's like jarring like that. There's no reason to be doing that.
well, I think
That
that's
feel
what they wanted.
post. Feel post.
Because the police report says
That's
like,
not-
no arrest was made. I'm like, okay. And I think that's why they really wanted to sit here. And he was like, you wanted him too. I was like, you could have said the other.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
sorry, ours
He was
too.
like, it's the prosecution's duty to produce this witness.
Yeah, that's what their argument's gonna be, so
Not-
they can get the adverse.
It's not
feelings.
so.
not unless they go through their steps to force us to subpoena the witness, tell us at
Correct.
least 7 to 10 days before trial. that
Yeah,
they're
I
having
mean, I
trouble
put 'em
getting
on
this
my-
witness. There's
I put
rules
them on my
for that.
witness list,
Yeah.
which is the problem.
That's okay.
But also, the problem that is, they don't argue the rule right, and I don't know how to argue against it, because Adam has told me how to argue against it, and I've never. We'll get it, well, I'll argue against it this time.
I'm so curious if there's gonna be some back. I'm so
There was a
concerned-
question.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I'm
I'm so concerned about Ross's mental health.
Question.
I said I'm so concerned about Ross's mental health with this trial.
I felt really bad that he wasn't on
He
YouTube
takes it,
yesterday.
he takes it too personally.
Is that like a scheduled after?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he's been wanting to do an after work happy hour, specifically because he wants to become friends with you, I think, so.
He keeps on scheduling it. I'm like, dude, Tuesdays has what is she cheerleading today? She coaches cheerleading. Today's her last cheerleading. And I have a tractor head gasket rebuild kit sitting in my house that I need to really just go into the garage tonight. Have my alone time, rebuild this engine. Yeah.
What are the kids gonna be?
They're-
Kids have been
they'll be
that.
sleeping anytime. Yeah, when I'm in the engine work, those kids will be sleeping by then, but yeah. So I got dad duty, she'll come home, then it's actually. It's also a Tuesday.
Yeah. Kids Tuesday.
Yeah. You youngsters.
Tuesday that
Youngsters
I
can
did
drink
not
on the
expect.
weekday.
No.
Man, it's like, oh.
Oh my God, we did trivia last night. It was the worst trivia
Where'd you
ever.
go for
The
trivia?
Irish pub that's right down at the end of our road.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
went there and it was literally every question I gave about 2 minutes to answer. And so we were just sitting there like,
For a long time.
and they didn't have the music or anything. So it was just silence in the
Mhm.
entire bar. We're like, "Oh,
Tuesdays, Crunchies is trivia.
Mm,
They do like the sportful trivia on your
Mm.
phone, and it's pretty fun. I love Crunchies. Yeah, tonight's bad too for me, but I was gonna make it work for a little bit because
I thought you were going.
I am going now. But Jarrett and I are in salsa classes. We just advanced to level 2.
Ooh,
We were so good in level 1.
okay.
We were like the stars of not the star, but we were probably like the 3rd best couple in salsa lessons. But now that we're in level 2, we are the worst. So we have a lot of work to put in.
Yeah, you get there.
Yes.
You get there.
Yes. For sure. So
where'd you come? Where did you come from? They brought you up here very fast today. You weren't expecting to be here,
I'm gonna save the day.
but I also think I've seen
uh,
you in Kent County before as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the one that they basically ship around when they need someone.
Emergency, emergency.
I was with CPS in a visit, foreign visit, stuff like that, and they start like ringing my phone like around 11. And I was like, no, they were talking about it. They sent me an email.
Oh,
And they sent a text message to the officer and like, hey, you might want to get the phone. Like, what? We need you at noon. No, what do you mean? No, and then they didn't say a lot of information. The order just says, trial. This is the best part ever. Like, this is my God.
Hey, they were able to print it for you. That's a start.
No, that was me.
Oh,
Come on. That was me.
Don't give them more credit.
Jury trial, and on side, and on
Yeah.
you, and then it's like, and then that thing.
Yep,
That's it.
That's
that's,
it, okay.
that's what the other interpreter got to.
But then I start like always like, can you like let me know which judge? That way I know which floor.
Right.
It's like 54A. Yeah, the whole building.
That for next time.
Okay.
That has upset a lot of people tonight.
I'm okay with rush phone calls and stuff like that.
But if
At
you don't
least
know
give
where you're going.
information.
Okay.
Not the first time, but that was like a couple of weeks ago. I have an appointment in DHS Detroit.
Okay.
You know that's DHS immigration FEI.
Yeah.
It wasn't the FEI part.
Oh.
Oh.
It was supposed to be there,
Oh.
but they don't put any information. So yeah.
Okay.
There was a lot going on with our interpreters today. There was a lot of issues with our order, which was on us, not on 17 lingo, obviously.
So thank you for being
Yeah,
here.
thank you for being
Yeah.
here. You saved our time. We would have had to adjourn after the jury was going. The court probably would have been real mad at me.
So do I get like a cake or something? Like that?
Next time,
Next time,
next time we see you, yeah.
just hold us up to it. I mean, only 3 of us, we got you.
I see you like again. Here.
Yeah.
Usually, like that's when it's like, where's my cake? And they just like you're on their own. It's like, okay, put it on there.
They said, I got a cake.
It's okay. And usually I'm open in a lot of appointments and stuff like that. I don't know why a lot of people they don't like appointments outside. Say like example, I get shipped to site, like two times a week. Something like that. Then they might
Yeah,
just it's not like a big thing,
yeah.
So it depends on you. I say just one from really close, no driving time, like 5 minutes.
It probably reverts your mileage, right? Yeah.
Mileage morning.
First floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Especially on the day like today.
They should.
We get like a rush fee. No.
Oh,
It's not
nice.
like a big-
All right.
What?
You can be seated. All right, so we're back on the record. Docket 23-03066. Mrs. Ells, anything to come to the court's attention before we bring back the jury
No, Your
from the
Honor.
people? Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. We'll make sure and have the interpreters here and we'll have the witness back on the stand. So we'll make sure that Roxana Hernandez is back on the stand. Where is Ms. Hernandez?
Sorry, she's in a private.
Yeah, we should probably get her. And so
Thank you, sorry.
I just heard that too. The other juries are all deadlocked again.
That's all. Sounds like a potential move for Joe.
Good times to jump, right?
Have to wonder if something maybe to stop, maybe we need to just stop. Following.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to place you back on the stand. You're still under oath. And then Megan will bring in the jury.
Are we done with this court or? I am, I can pick it up while you go get them. I just don't want anyone to trip.
You need the court, Mr.
I will be needing.
Let's just
I will
move it
not
out.
wrap it up. I'll
We'll just
get
leave it
right
out of the jury's way then.
I'm getting many of that.
All right, thank you, jury. You may be seated. And Mr. Harris, you may start your cross-examination through the interpreter, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Roman. Good afternoon, Ms. Hernandez. My name is James Harries. I'm the attorney for Mr. Silva. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. On the the interpreter for Mr. Silva was asking if the interpreter, well, was asking, I believe the term was if the interpreter could speak up.
Okay.
All right, but what's really important is the witness. You have to hear the witness, what she testifies to, that the interpreter can speak up, can protect.
When you spoke with the officer on the night in question, did you advise them that you had any concerns regarding the interpretation?
No.
No.
And so, all right. And when you spoke with the officer, do you recall through the interpreter the originally claiming that when you got home from the party, that originally there was a statement that you were arguing outside of the car, and then you stated that Mr. Silva drove off and you followed him on foot. Is that correct?
Manejó.
I'm sorry?
No entendí la última parte. ¿Me lo puedes repetir, por
I didn't
favor?
understand the last part. Can you repeat it?
When you spoke with the officer, did you first tell them through the interpreter that you were arguing outside of the car, and then Mr. Silva drove off and you followed him on foot?
No.
No.
En ningún momento él volvió a manejar cuando empezamos la discusión.
In any moment, he like drive again after we started the discussion.
And do you recall after that telling the police that then after that there is the claim that he pushed you against the car right after you arrived, before going up to the apartment?
No.
No.
Yo quiero aclarar
Ma'am,
algo.
I have not asked a question right now. You have answered the question. Thank you.
Ok.
And then about a minute or so after that,
O algo después de eso.
do you recall telling the LPD officer that he actually pushed you while you were inside the car?
Dentro del carro.
No,
Thank you. Would it surprise you
O sea, te sorprendería.
to move on from that question, Your Honor?
Va a continuar.
Do you know why the story or the claims that you told LPD seem to keep changing
Como que está
in the discussion you had with the officer?
con el- siempre que tuviste con el oficial.
no sé por qué está cambiando. Realmente ya ha pasado bastante tiempo de ese hecho. Estoy
I don't know what like keeps changing. It has been like some time since that date.
proporcionando todo lo que más me viene a la mente
And I'm keep like giving all the information, everything that comes to my mind.
De
I
ese
recall
momento.
From that time.
Understood. So would you say, Ms. Hernandez, that you're
Que tú-
having a bit of difficulty recalling everything that happened back then?
Recordando lo que sucedió ese día.
no tengo dificultad para recordar lo que sucedió ese día.
I don't have
Ok.
any difficulties to remember what happened that day.
Lo que pasa es que ya ha pasado mucho tiempo y no puedo decirle con certeza, paso por paso, paso por paso.
So-
What happened is because it has been like long time since that day. I cannot be like 100% like step by step what happened.
Todo lo sucedido, no sé que vea.
Everything that happened.
So you remember what happened that day,
¿Qué pasó ese
But-
día?
don't remember what you told the police officer Anderson through the
A
translator?
través del traductor.
Yo recuerdo lo que sucedió ese día y también recuerdo lo que le dije a la policía. Ahora, lo que no te puedo, ok,
I recall what happened that day and I recall what I told the interpreter that day. What I cannot say,
lo que no puedo es asegurar qué fue lo que el intérprete le dijo a la policía.
what I cannot like be sure is what the interpreter explained to the police
Porque como tal, no hablo inglés.
because I don't speak English.
Did you advise the police officer of any of these concerns you had regarding the interpretation at that time?
So, respecto de la interpretación en ese momento.
No, si no sé hablar inglés, ¿cómo le voy a decir que me están interpretando mal o lo que está diciendo el intérprete?
No, I mean, because I don't speak the language, I don't speak English, so how do I know what the interpreter is saying?
Do you have any reason
¿Tienes alguna
to
razón
doubt
para
or
dudar
otherwise
o de otra forma
believe that the interpretation of what you were saying wasn't being done correctly?
no era correctamente?
Hay un hecho bien fundamental acá que yo estaba exaltada,
There is like a fundamental fact in this moment. I was like exalted.
estaba hablando muy rápido,
I was speaking super fast.
estaba alterada,
I was like upset,
nerviosa,
nervous.
y eso es lo que me da a entender a mí que a lo mejor hubo una mala interpretación entre yo, el intérprete, hacia los policías.
And that was get me to get an idea like that there was some misinterpretation in the process. That's like between me, the interpreter, and the police.
And your statement is that you believe there may have been some misinterpretation, but did not raise this to the police at any time?
Un tipo de pérdida de interpretación, pero no se lo dejaste saber a la policía en ningún momento.
Disculpe,
I'm sorry.
vuelvo y le comento, en ese
Ay.
momento
I repeat again. In that moment,
yo no estoy pensando
I'm not thinking
en que si el intérprete estaba repitiendo palabra por palabra todo lo que yo estaba diciendo, porque yo estaba bien nerviosa y preocupada por mi embarazo y por todo lo que estaba sucediendo.
at that moment. I wasn't like thinking if the interpreter is like repeating word by word what I'm saying. I was like very nervous. I was worried about my pregnancy.
Solo quería salir de ese momento, de ese lugar, no quería, solo quería que sentir que alguien me estaba ayudando.
I just wanna like at that moment I was just wanna like go out from that place, from that situation.
Matt, I did not ask for the
Señora, yo-
second part of that. You've already answered the question.
Pregunté por la segunda parte de eso.
So to confirm,
Para confirmar.
did you or did you not have any reason to believe the interpretation was correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. We've been through this one at least 3 times now.
Okay. Response, Mr. Harris, that question has been asked twice before.
Well, Your Honor, I'm simply trying to get a final confirmation, as now multiple times she stated, I know what happened, but also I was in a fog. Also, I was thinking very fast. I was going very fast and not thinking. And also I had these concerns that there may have been a misinterpretation, but I didn't speak about any concerns about a misinterpretation. So I'm kind
Are you
of,
testifying now, or are you telling me? what
I
she-
am
the
repeating the
witness said?
statements that she made.
The objection sustained. You can move on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you were arguing inside the apartment, do you recall telling the LPD officer that during that argument, you took my client's phone from him because you didn't want him filmed?
Yo lo dije ahorita que yo traté de quitarle el teléfono a él en el momento que yo estoy en el baño.
Ma'am?
As I said it before, I tried to grab the phone from him at the moment that I'm in the prison.
Que es un momento privado. Él abrió la puerta.
Ma'am, I've already answered the question, please. At this point, ma'am, this is a yes or no question.
Ok,
Do you recall telling the police that you took my client's phone from him?
no recuerdo eso.
I don't recall that.
Thank you. Did No. After you provided your statement to LPD, are you aware of any arrest that was made in this case?
No, no tuve ningún tipo de conocimiento hasta
Thank
que
you, ma'am. You answered the question. So you did not see Mr. Silva being arrested?
no, yo estaba en la ambulancia de camino para el hospital, no sé qué sucedió.
No, I was in the ambulance going to the hospital. I don't know what happened.
Thank you. Would it surprise you to learn that LPD did not make any arrest in this case?
En este caso,
No, no me sorprendería.
no, it will not surprise me.
Thank you. Now, have you ever made any threats towards my client?
Objection, Your Honor. This seems to be getting into outside acts and not relevant to the specific instance. We would ask that Mr. Harris stays specific to this instance.
I think that you're talking about this instance. Or you're not talking about previous acts, because then we'd have to get into the previous acts.
Your Honor, I honestly potentially intend to, as they go towards the complaining witness's credibility and
And
motive.
that opens the door for Ms. Ezell to get into all those acts too.
My understanding, Your Honor, and I have the statute right here.
And only you are allowed to get into the other acts?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Before 404B,
Yes, I am aware, Your Honor. I had previously discussed this with the prosecutor. Give me just a moment.
I will say that is correct, Your Honor, and I did let Mr. Harris know that we would be objecting to that.
So right here, under, well, in this case, under character evidence,
404B or 404A.
yeah, under 404A to be subject to the limitations in Rule 412, which would not apply here, as this is not a,
Rape shield.
yes, this is not that kind of case. A defendant may offer evidence of an alleged victim's pertinent trait, and if the evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut or offer
So,
evidence of the defendant's same pertinent character
right,
trait.
so what this pertinent trait evidence means, that you can get into the pertinent trait, what you're saying is this was the initial aggressor. And then that allows the prosecutor to get into the same evidence.
I'm not.
So it doesn't apply only to you.
I
You're opening the door
understand.
for everything.
I understand. I'm not indicating, I'm not making any argument that the complaining witness is the initial aggressor here.
Well, then,
I'm
if
indicating-
you're free to continue. Just understand you're opening the door.
I am indicating that, well, I can make an offer of proof regarding what my,
You don't have to. You can ask the questions, just so what's good for you also applies to the prosecutor.
yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this point, it does sound like this is going to be a character evidence of some sort of aggressiveness or threatening behavior. So I do believe that that would be opening the door to that specific behavior being offered about the defendant as well. I would just like to clarify that.
Yeah, well, that you can get into, if he testifies, the character of the defendant to show pertinent trait. You can also get into community and things of that nature, reputation and opinion, community evidence of the, but it's all concerning the traits now. Once it's open and cross-examined on, it's open for everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So with that understanding, I guess this is not a question specific to this event. This goes back to previous events that we've not heard of.
I believe it would, Your Honor. I do not recall any mentions of threats in this incident at all from either party. So at this point, we do believe it's not related to
All
this
right,
incident.
and then you still have redirect on the same events.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Have you, to clarify, have you ever threatened to make up allegations or to get my client in trouble with or as an attempt to punish him?
Just let's, one question at a time,
I
okay?
understand, Your Honor.
So form one question and she'll answer yes or no.
Yes or no question?
But you can rephrase the question. Mr. Harris.
Have you ever threatened my client with fabrication of stories to get him in trouble or punish him?
En ninguna ocasión he tratado de crear nada para crearle problema a su cliente.
I didn't, in any occasion, I didn't create any story to create any problem for your client.
And have you ever threatened to tear up or destroy my client's paperwork because he wasn't doing something you wanted him to do?
No,
At this point, Your Honor, I would be moving to admit defense's proposed exhibits. I believe it would be just a moment to confirm because I do have multiple videos on here. There are two I am looking at specifically. I just need to confirm the titles of those videos.
Those would be defense exhibits, which one?
Yes, I believe they would be defendants A3 and A4.
Okay.
There's a
Your
series
Honor.
of-
What, so 1 and 2 are what?
They are additional videos that my client provided me that I thought may be beneficial. At this point, I'm focusing on the,
So maybe you should enter them through the foundation through your client.
Your Honor,
Your client doesn't have to testify, but you're trying to lay the foundation, enter the admission through opposing. So I'm assuming this is for impeachment.
yes, this is for impeachment, the videos that I have, and I do have transcripts of the videos done by 7C Lingo that purport both in the transcripts and from my client to be her making threats against him or threatening to destroy his property if she doesn't meet his performance.
Your Honor,
Response.
at this time, the people would be objecting to these videos. One, we believe these are irrelevant to today's proceedings as they are outside events. Additionally, we didn't receive any dates or any sort of clarification on when these videos were from or any sort of information about the videos. Further, Your Honor, we also think that these are improper extrinsic evidence of character evidence using specific bad acts and such, going into almost a mini trial on a different situation.
Response, Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, regarding the claims that these transcripts or these videos are not clear when they are from, I will note that the videos themselves.
But she doesn't know because you haven't laid foundation for that.
Yes, I would be getting to that. I'm just trying to.
So you've not laid proper foundation through the witness. At this point, this witness can't lay foundation for other videos that she doesn't know of. I'll leave you to your proofs on that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained at this point, there won't be a stipulation to the exhibits. And I don't know if this witness will provide foundation on videos that, or some videos that you're indicating.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may. Have you shown the videos to counsel?
This, do you recognize the person in this video?
That's me.
This video, you see the date of
Ese video, ves la fecha arriba.
10 al 23,
Sí,
23 de
right,
enero del
recognize that
2023.
January 21st.
Sí,
Do you recall
2020.
this video?
¿Tú te acuerdas de ese video?
sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
You-
Nunca lo he visto,
Never saw it.
pero sí me recuerdo de,
Pero I remember
de
that
ese,
day.
de ese
Yeah,
día.
you remember that day
O sea, ¿recuerdas ese día?
and you
Algo,
admit that is
Y
you in the
tú
video.
admites que eres tú en el video.
sí.
Yes.
To the best of
O sea,
your
a lo mejor de tu
knowledge,
conocimiento.
best of your knowledge,
A lo mejor de tu conocimiento.
is there?
What's the date on the video, man?
¿Cuál es la
it
fecha en el
is-
video?
Esa fecha es el
The date
23
is
de enero
23
del
January
2023.
2023.
So it's
January 23.
January of 2023,
Yeah,
and this occurred on
Y eso ocurrió en
September.
September of 2023.
septiembre.
You can answer the question.
Puedes responder la pregunta.
Sí, soy yo.
Yes, it's me.
So to the best of your
A lo
knowledge,
mejor de tu conocimiento.
was this video
Ese
a
video
true and accurate representation
real y una verdadera
Ah.
representación de
of the discussion you had with my client
la
on this day?
discusión que tuviste con mi cliente en ese día.
Sí,
Thank you,
Yes.
Your Honor. I believe that would be necessary evidence as much like the body cam.
So are you moving for the admission?
I would be moving for the admission now. Your Honor.
Response.
Your Honor, we renew our objections. Similarly, we still don't see how this is relevant to today's proceedings because the date is clearly from a different date. Actually, 9 months before this occurrence happened. Additionally, Your Honor, we still think it's extrinsic evidence for character evidence, which we don't think would be proper to be admitted
All
here.
right, I'm going to sustain the objection to limit the testimony to if she remembers what she said, you're stuck with that answer. I'm not going to use videos from like 9 months before, 2 years before, or 3 years before concerning what may or may not have been said about something specific on somebody's camera. That's just not coming in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you can ask the questions, but I'm not going to allow extrinsic evidence on the answers.
Understood, Your Honor. And just to confirm, people are not offering or not, well, the defense are not intending to offer character evidence as other bad acts. The defense are intending to offer this for purpose of impeachment, as Ms. Hernandez has stated on the record that she has.
And you're allowed to ask those questions, but you're not allowed to show evidence, extrinsic or intrinsic evidence. This is extrinsic evidence in regards to that ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I find this is extrinsic evidence on the ruling. Although it may go to credibility, you may ask questions concerning credibility.
On that day, Ms. Hernandez, do you recall holding on to or grabbing any paperwork belonging to my client?
Realmente no recuerdo de ese día, ya ha pasado mucho tiempo. Sí sé que soy yo la del video, sí sé que discutimos ese día, pero ni siquiera recuerdo por qué fue que empezamos a discutir. Hace mucho tiempo que eso sucedió.
I don't recall exactly, like, I mean, I know that that's me on the video, but I don't recall exactly what was the discussion of that day or like anything like that, because it was like a long time ago. So I don't even recall like why we have a discussion that day.
And do you recall
Recuerda.
my client stating, that's the letter from the judge, I won't be able to get in there without it?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Do you remember if that was indicated, that was the letter from the judge?
No, le acabo.
So the question's not evidence and the answer is evidence.
Thank you.
La respuesta también es
And do you recall on that day
recuerdas en ese día,
holding on to that letter
la carta o la imagen,
and claiming my client has until the count of 3
decirle a mi cliente que tienes hasta la cuenta de
to
tres
erase a phone video?
para borrar un video del teléfono?
Le puedo decir que sí sé que él tenía un video en el teléfono del video cual yo nunca jamás lo he visto.
I can say that he had a video on his phone, video that I never saw.
Sé que él me tomó ese video en defensa propia mía,
I know that he took that video in my self-defense
porque sé que llegó un momento que yo me defendí frente a tantos abusos, tanto psicológicos como físicos, que él me proporcionó a mi persona.
I mean, I know that there was a moment that I defended myself against so many abuses, like physical or psychological.
You can proceed, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. You recall counting down from 3 to 1 and saying, get rid of it because look, I'm already breaking it.
Realmente no recuerdo el contexto del video.
Really, like, I don't recall the context of the video.
Ni siquiera sé por qué sucedió ese video. No sé
I
por
don't even know
qué
why.
el encabezamiento de ese día, de ese video. Sé que el video existe, vuelvo y me enfoco ahí.
I don't even know like specific on what was the whole like beginning of the whole thing on that day. I know that the video exists. I know that part.
Pero no, ni siquiera he visto ese video.
But I didn't see. I don't even see the video.
So if you indicate that is you in the video and you do not recall what happened in the video, would you have any reason to deny or otherwise refute that those are the statements you made in that video?
Yo no he dicho, yo no lo hice. Yo no estoy denegando.
Ma'am, that is a
You're
yes or no
stuck,
question.
you're stuck with you asked the question, let her answer the question.
I understand, Your Honor. Just trying to clarify as to yes or no question.
No, yo en ningún momento he denegado ni aceptado nada. Solo he dicho que ese video
In no moment I'm accepting or denying anything. I'm just saying that video.
tuve conocimiento de ese video porque él me amenazaba y me manipulaba mediante a ese video.
That I have knowledge of the existence of that video because he was using it as a manipulation or like a threat.
Objection, Your Honor, that would be speculation regarding what the video was used for. She would not know what why my client had that video.
You asked the question, Mr. Harris.
I
It
realize.
wasn't a yes or no question.
I realize I would still argue that it would be speculation.
Okay. If that's the question, the answer, the objection's overruled.
Do you recall at all
Recuerda
why you were
estaba-
wanting wanting a video
porque
deleted?
quería que el video se borrara.
Yo lo único que sé y recuerdo es que él me ha estado manipulando con ese video hasta hace 3 meses atrás.
The only thing that I know and I can say is that he's been manipulated with that video since like 3 months ago.
Video que yo nunca he visto.
Video that I never saw.
Para mí eso fue una discusión, una pelea, como tantas otras, pero sé que me defendí porque
For me, it was like a discussion or a fight like any of like priors of that. What I know is I defend myself.
llega un momento que de tanto abuso, repito, necesito defenderme.
There is a time that from like too much abuse, I need to defend myself.
Pero él tomó ese video
Your
como
Honor, at this point, I
herramienta.
would make an objection that this is getting into narrative and this is kind of gone
It's
beyond.
usually a
the context.
direct examination. Your question was a did question. Did you?
Yeah.
It wasn't calling for a yes or no answer. So, I'll warn the witness, if you can, please answer in a yes or no format. If you recall the video that was played. Do you recall the video that was played?
No recuerdo el video, yo nunca he visto ese video.
I don't recall the video. I never saw the video.
Do you recall on that day,
¿Recuerdas en ese día?
and this is a yes or no question,
Una pregunta decía,
telling my client that he is going to have problems out there?
problemas por ahí.
No lo recuerdo.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling him it's going to be a tremendous show?
Va a ser tremendo show.
No lo recuerdo.
I don't recall.
And do you recall telling him that he is going to get in trouble after, well, if those documents get destroyed or broken?
Los rompes, los destruyen.
No lo recuerdo.
Don't recall.
Do you have any reason to do, well, I guess we've already gone into that, honestly. Have you, to the best of your knowledge, have you ever tried to erase or remove any videos from my client's phone?
Nunca, nunca.
Never, never.
Ese teléfono es un iPhone. Él ni siquiera dejaba el teléfono para dormir.
That's an iPhone and he never like get his phone like around, not even for sleep.
Are you aware of the phone password to my client's phone?
Objection, Your Honor,
No.
irrelevant.
¿Cómo lo voy a tener?
How do you
Okay,
know?
objection, relevance, response.
Relevante.
Your Honor, it could potentially go as to whether she's ever tried to destroy these videos before. My client, well,
We're not here for this is impeachment on credibility, not whether the assault occurred or not. But I'll allow some leeway. You can answer the question if you're able to.
Acceso, tú puedes responder la pregunta si puedes.
So the objection's overruled, and you can, were you given a passcode for the phone?
No. Nunca me lo dijo.
Never have.
Okay.
Preparation time. I'm just gonna be sitting here on my phone. Yeah.
All right, you may be seated. Closing argument or summation, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I know it's been a long, hot day in this tiny room. But we are here today because intimate partners are supposed to be loving. They're supposed to be caring. They're supposed to be the people you want to stay around you. And as you heard today, Ms. Hernandez thought she found that person. She moved all the way from Grand Rapids to Lansing, ended up getting pregnant with Mr. Silva, thinking she found that happy relationship. Instead, as you heard today, tensions got high. There was arguments, there was yelling, there was recordings in private moments. And when Ms. Hernandez tried to defend herself from those recordings, from those private moments that were being intruded on by Mr. Silva, she was pushed. And not just like gently pushed. She described today that she had been grabbed by both arms and shoved into a wall multiple times. She described what parts of her body hit that wall. Then, when Mr. Silva tried to leave drunk with his car keys, she ran after him, trying to get him to stay, trying to get his keys, sure. But again, she faced more shoving. This time into a car. 3 different parts of her body hitting the car, and one of those parts being her stomach, where her unborn child was currently. Mr. Silva not only physically harmed Ms. Hernandez, but as you heard today, he put her in intense fear of her child's safety, of her unborn baby's safety, to the point where she asked for and went to the hospital by ambulance to receive medical treatment to ensure that pregnancy was still safe. During jury selection, I talked a lot about how we don't use the word victim unless there's evidence provided that would support that, because there's a presumption of innocence here. But today, you heard that evidence from Ms. Hernandez. You heard about the control, the videos being taken in private moments. You heard about the manipulation, those videos being held over her head, not even being able to see what those videos contained. And then you heard the actual assaults, the pushings. Mr. Silva assaulted Mrs. Hernandez. And that is the evidence you heard today. We had the burden to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Hernandez was battered instead of assaulted. Assault is simply putting a person in fear of battery, whereas battery is the actual offensive touching. Again, we had to show multiple things today. There was an offensive touching. It was not consented to. That there was a domestic relationship, meaning they were either intimate partners, had a child in common, or were at some point part of the same household. There also needs to be a showing that this was not done out of self-defense. There was no claim of self-defense today. But we did show, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ms. Hernandez was in a dating relationship with Mr. Silva. She stated that clearly on the record. She also stated that they now have a child in common. Thankfully, that baby did survive. And they did live together at that moment. She described how she didn't have anywhere to go after that because he was her only person here. It was her only family. And then, of course, as I already said, you heard about the actual battery, the actual pushing. Now, we don't have to show you that there was an injury, and the video didn't really show the injury, not clearly. It just showed Ms. Hernandez showing officers where she was touched, where she felt pain. She did describe to you the pain that she felt in detail. She described to you the mindset she had afterwards, how she was scared of being continuously hurt. and how she left by ambulance. We believe that this shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Hernandez was pushed that night multiple times by Mr. Silva. Mr. Silva did take the stand today, and he did testify. And he did give his view of the incidents. He claims that there was some assaultive behavior, but not by him. It's your job as a jury to gauge credibility, to figure out which one of those witnesses that you heard from today was more credible in your mind. You'll receive a jury instruction about that today, and we hope that you take that very seriously, engaging how each of those witnesses interacted with us, how each of those witnesses asked or answered those questions, and how they were acting when they did answer those questions. You're going to hear another jury instruction that's pretty bad for me. The people do have a burden or have an obligation to bring certain witnesses, specifically ones that I put on my witness list. I put Officer Ashley Anderson on my witness list today because I was hopeful we'd be able to get her here today. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that. So later you're going to hear that you can use whatever testimony she may have given, even though you may not know what that was, against me. I will tell you, I did everything in my power to get her here, but I couldn't get a subpoena to her, unfortunately. So at this time, I leave you with that. I leave you with Ms. Hernandez's testimony. I leave you with Mr. Silva's testimony. And I ask that if I proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, that you come back with a guilty verdict in domestic violence against Mr. Silva. Thank you.
Closing argument or summation, Mr. Harris.
Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at the start of this case, I told you that while this may seem rather complicated, it's actually, in fact, simple in essence. It's a case of he said, she said, determining who's more credible, and who's more believable in this case, as the prosecutor indicated. I will note, and I do apologize for feeling like a bit of a broken record as I keep harping on this, but my client has a presumption that he is innocent and a presumption that the verdict should be not guilty unless the prosecution meets each and every one of the evidence in this case. And I did harp on about how if the prosecution does not meet all those evidence, that you must find my client not guilty. As the prosecution did indicate, there is going to be that jury instruction regarding the Officer Anderson, who is not here at this point. Then what that jury instruction is likely to indicate is that you will be able to infer or essentially assume that any testimony that witness would have provided today would have been unfavorable to the prosecution and therefore likely favorable to the defense and to Mr. Silva's side of the story. In this case, you did hear the testimony of Ms. Hernandez and how when the police officers arrived to essentially take her account of what happened that night, there was confusion regarding the statements she was providing and whether she kept changing her story and whether or not she was experiencing some fog or whether or not she was truly capable of remembering everything that happened that night. And then you heard my client testify that when that officer finished speaking with the complaining witness, that officer came and spoke with him. My client testified that the story he gave to the officer and the story he testified to on the stand today is that they went out, there was a party, there was some anger and jealousy regarding him talking with other women coworkers at that party, and that caused an argument. He testified that when they got home, there was an argument and he realized both parties were feeling a bit heated. So he essentially tried to separate himself, tried to get away from the situation so that there wouldn't be any concerns. At this point, the complaining witness followed him and continued trying to argue with him. And rather than leave and potentially leave the complaining witness and his unborn child when she is in this heightened emotional state, he decided, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay here just in case, but I will still try and make sure to keep us separate, keep us apart, so that nothing problematic will happen. So at that point, he goes back up to the apartment. He goes into his room and he tries to maintain, and he essentially testified, I wanted to just wait for the police to provide my side of the story. Regarding the claims that Mr. Silva is taking these videos or using these videos to manipulate or hold this over the complaining witness's head, you heard Mr. Silva testify that the reason he takes those videos is because there is a long history of her essentially lying or trying to manipulate him. And he was worried that if this very instance eventually happened, that he would want to make sure he would have some evidence regarding that he could potentially prove his case with, or prove that he hasn't done anything. Further, you heard Mr. Silva testify that when he's finished speaking with the officer from LPD, there was no arrest made. The officer told him he was not being arrested, gave him back his ID, and told him that to have a good rest of his night. I will note that under Michigan case law, under Michigan statute, I believe, MCL 776.22, it is stated that in most circumstances, an officer should arrest and take an individual into custody if the officer has probable cause to believe the individual is committing or has committed domestic violence or his or her actions constitute a crime. In this situation, it stands to reason to me that if the complaining witness, well, not the complaining witness, the officer involved in this case did not make an arrest in this situation, that implies that either the officer did not believe they have probable cause to believe a crime occurred, or that they had some other reason they believed it wasn't that it wasn't necessary to arrest my client. Unfortunately, we can't ask the officer why they didn't make an arrest or why they made the decisions they made that night, because that officer is not here to testify regarding the investigations and the statements they made, and regarding any information they may have put in the police report regarding that call they responded to. At this point, additionally, what I will also point you to, members of the jury, is that as the prosecution was very clear about, they have a burden of meeting all the evidence and a burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that this charge happened in the city of Lansing, county of Ingham, state of Michigan. There was testimony that this happened in Lansing. However, when the prosecutor specifically asked, do you know if that is in the county of Ingham, state of Michigan? The complaining witness stated, I don't know, or possibly I'm not sure. At this point, I understand that to most of us, it seems simple to assume that an address in the city of Lansing is within the county of Ingham. However, there is a reason that the prosecutor asked that question, and a reason that the prosecution usually asks questions like those in almost every case. And that is because the only evidence that you are allowed to consider in making your determination is the evidence that was introduced today, the testimony of the parties, and the exhibits that were introduced. At this point, it is the position of the defense that there was no evidence presented on the record specifying that this is in the county of Ingham, state of Michigan, simply that it took place in Lansing. While I realize that may seem a bit of a stretch given the assumptions we all make, I would state that you have to look at this from the perspective of someone who is potentially reading a transcript in the future, someone who may not have those same assumptions. And for that reason, it's for that reason that we constantly put these statements on the record and ask these questions to place on the record that this did affirmatively happen in the county of Ingham, state of Michigan. Finally, Finally, I would simply argue, given the statements and the testimony of Mr. Silva, there was in claims and statements made that that she has lied, that she has attempted to manipulate him, that she is, and well, essentially that she is trying to do the very same things, well, that she has done the very same things that she's now claiming he's done to her. I would indicate that given that information, I believe that would go towards her credibility as a witness. If it is, and I would argue that that's something you people of the jury can consider regarding her credibility. And if you believe, as I and as the defense do, that those statements and that history of lying and manipulation, according to my client, makes her not as credible, then the judge will indicate that you are allowed to give as much or as little weight to her statements as possible. So simply put, it is the position of the defense that Mr. Silva is the more credible witness in this situation. And it seems possible that LPD may have thought the same, which is why no arrest was made. Again, it is unfortunate that we are not able to confirm that with the officer. However, the jury instruction would allow you to make that inference. And I will say this one final time. If you do not believe that the prosecutor has met all of the evidence regarding venue, as well as all the evidence regarding all the elements regarding the pieces of a domestic violence charge, then you must find my client, Mr. Silva, not guilty, as he does maintain that presumption of innocence unless the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. At this point, my thought and my final words on this is that the prosecution, as I stated at the start of this trial, the prosecution indicates that they have a theory of the case, a theory of what happened. And that theory involves allegations of domestic violence. The defense's theory of the case is that nothing happened, that these allegations are being fabricated as another step in a long string of lies and manipulation that Ms. Hernandez has done against my client. Unless you believe, and what I will finish with is, unless you believe that the prosecution's case has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and that my client's side of the story cannot be believed and is not a reasonable side and is not reasonable, then you must find my client not guilty. If you believe that his story is at all reasonable, if there is to confirm and to, I realize there may have been a bit of word salad there, to confirm, if you believe my client's story is reasonable, if my client's story gives you any reasonable doubts regarding how true the complaining witness's side of the story is, then you must find my client not guilty. Thank you.
Rebuttal, Mrs. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will keep this brief because I am also getting hot and tired. Traumatic situations have effects on people's memories, especially their short-term memory. When Ms. Hernandez was on the stand, she explained that when she was talking to the officers, her head was all over the place. She was anxious, she was scared, but she was trying her best to just get what happened out. She wasn't worried about order. She wasn't worried about details like time or exactly where it was happening. She was just trying to get the words about the assault out. Today, Ms. Hernandez went into intense detail about what happened. She was able to tell you what hands she was grabbed with, where she was grabbed, where she was hit against a car or a wall. All of these things are details that she was able to provide today. Additionally, defense mentioned these videos and the accusations against Ms. Hernandez for the same similar things, the same assaultive behavior, and Mr. Silva calling the police first or threatening to. Would like to remind you that I've used the word manipulation multiple times here, because that can happen in situations where domestic assault is occurring. Manipulation can be done in situations like that, saying, I'm gonna call the police first to try to control the narrative, to keep that power over Ms. Hernandez. And when you go to gauge credibility in this case, I ask you, please remember the words of the people who testified, not our questions, not what we asked those witnesses. Remember the story they told you, the picture they painted in your mind. Gauge your credibility, their credibility, sorry, off of their words. Additionally, defense brought up that all these videos were being taken as proof, as evidence of Mr. Silva's side of the story. I leave you with, if that's the purpose of the videos, why were police not shown those videos? Why were they not brought up in that instance, showing police that it didn't actually happen that way? At this point, it's pretty, we've given you all the evidence, and we ask that you do find Mr. Hernandez guilty, or sorry, Mr. Silva guilty of domestic violence in this case, as we believe we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he did push Ms. Hernandez multiple times and put her in fear of further battery. Thank you.
All right, closing arguments have been made, and I'm going to give you the final instructions. You'll get a copy of these final instructions as you go back to deliberate. I'm also going to pick one of you off after deliberations. And these final instructions, this is the law of the case, okay? So whatever else anybody else says concerning whatever you've heard, this is the law of the case. So, members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law as it applies in this case. Remember that you've taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy, bias, or prejudice influence your decisions. You must avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach conclusions after this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of all the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. That is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I have already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum it up, it's your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to apply the laws I give it to you, and in that way, decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proved every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of the case. When you discuss the case and you decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I've told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. The fact the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept things that lawyers say that are supported by evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses and my question to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witness's answer. My comments, rulings, questions, instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to law and to tell you the laws that apply in this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you decide the case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I've excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important that you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you may set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on race, gender, or national origin of the witness. There's no fixed rules of setting for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. So I'll repeat myself. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might distract the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or influences that affect how the witness has testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does a witness's testimony seem when you think about the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about something but told the truth about others, something else, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. When you go to the jury room, you may take a written copy of the jury instructions with you along with your notes. That'll be provided by us. We'll send the jury verdict and with the jury instructions with you. It's about 70 pages, but we'll give them to you. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your business discussions are carried on in a business-like way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agree on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual, considered judgment of each juror. It is your duty as juror to talk to each other and make every reasonable effort to reach agreement, express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind and as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out differences. The prosecution has introduced evidence of a statement that it claims the defendant made. Before you may consider such an out-of-court statement against the defendant, you must first find that the defendant actually made the statement as given to you. If you find the defendant made the statement, you may give the statement whatever weight you think it deserves. In deciding this case, you should think about how and when the statement was made and about all other evidence in the case. You may consider the statement in deciding the facts of the case. Facts can be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is what you see, personal knowledge. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So taking that same example, if you see a person coming in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is rainproof. You may consider circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of the crime. In other words, you should consider all evidence that you believe. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about September 10th, 2023 at 4023 West Jolly, apartment 32, City of Lansing, Ingham County. The defendant is charged with the crime of domestic assault. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant assault and or assaulted and battered Roxana Hernandez. Battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of a person or something closely connected with her. The touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and it must have been against Roxana Hernandez's will. An assault is an attempt to commit a battery or an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. The defendant must have intended either to commit a battery or to make Roxana Hernandez reasonably fear an immediate battery. An assault cannot happen to be accidental. At the time of the assault, the defendant must have had the ability to commit the battery, or must have appeared to have the ability, or must have thought he had the ability. That at the time Roxana Hernandez was the defendant's spouse, was the defendant's former spouse, had a child in common with the defendant, was a resident or former resident of the same household as the defendant, was a person with whom the defendant had or previously had a dating relationship. A dating relationship means a frequent intimate association primarily characterized by the expectation of affectional involvement. It does not include a casual relationship or an ordinary fraternization between two individuals in a business or social context. Officer Ashley Ander, Lansing Police Department, is a missing witness whose appearance was the responsibility of the prosecution. You may infer that this witness's testimony would have been unfavorable to the prosecution's case. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge, my duty, to fix a penalty within the limits provided by the law. If you want to communicate with me while you are in a jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to the bailiff. It is not proper for you to talk directly with the judge, lawyers, court officers, or other people involved in the case. You may talk with Ms. Slabiak to let her know the status of the case, or if you've come to a verdict. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you must take your notes and full instructions. If you want to look at any or all the reference documents or exhibits, I think we had one major exhibit that have been admitted, just ask for them. What we'll do is if you want to see any of the exhibit, we have the seconds of a video that was played. We'll bring you in and we'll put it on the big screen for you, okay? When you go to the jury room, you'll be given a written copy of the instructions you've just heard. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions as a law you are to follow. You may return a verdict of the alleged crime of domestic assault and battery or battery. So it can be an assault, which is the attempt of the battery, the offensive touching, and or the battery. It's written as both, okay? And we'll clear that up for you with the jury form. I prepared a verdict form. You will get the jury instructions and the verdict form after you start your deliberation process, probably about a minute or two after you start the deliberation process. We picked off a juror. So my instruction to this juror is that A, it's either the worst day of your life or the best day of your life. B, don't talk to anybody, okay? Don't talk to anybody. We don't know if we'll need you back. And so it's just better. It makes it easier for everybody if you don't talk to courtroom personnel or the defendant or the witnesses, because we may need you back eventually, depending on deliberations. All right. The juror that has been selected by random draw would be juror number 7, which is Mr. DeCina. Mr. DeCina, you're all set. You are the selected juror, and you can leave, take your items, and I wouldn't talk to anybody. You should be all set today, okay? Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
All set today and tomorrow and.
Today, you're off the jury, they're deliberating. Tomorrow, so you're no longer on the jury. If we go until tomorrow or the next day, we may call you back. But if it ends up being today is the final day of deliberations, you should be all set. Okay?
Your
All right.
Honor, if I may.
Yes.
I believe the question that may be being asked, as I know this question has been asked in other courtrooms before, is if he would still need to call tomorrow.
We will call you and
Oh,
let
no.
you know.
I believe he means calling the jury trial line to see if there's a
I
jury
don't,
trial.
and I don't know because I don't know if there'll be a jury
Yeah,
trial. I don't have a question. I don't have an answer to that question.
my understanding from Ms. Kneeling in the past is that he will still need to call that jury trial line tomorrow
All
morning.
right. We will call you. We'll tell you if you need to be on call for tomorrow, then you will be responsible for being on call. Right now, you're done with the jury, but if somebody gets sick or anything, then we may call you back. That's why it's best not to talk to anybody, okay? All right, any other questions, Mr. DeSima?
Yes, I have work travel tomorrow. Should I? This is very hard for me to let my employer know
Right.
whether I can go for these or not, because they told us. This wasn't what they do. So-
Hopefully it'll just be a one-day thing, okay? It may go till tomorrow. You may have to have that conversation with your employer indicating that we may need you tomorrow. We may not need you. I wish I could explain the process, but I don't know what the deliberation process will be.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Justina, you can leave today. So you're all set. You can you can give my court officer your jury, your notes. All right. First things is you can deliberate. Once you get it, once you go to the room, we'll deliberate by selecting a court officer. And then from there on, you can start your deliberation as soon as you're in the room. And then we'll give you instructions and the jury verdict in about a minute or two, okay? And then the court officer, I'll swear you in. So Ms. Slaviak, you may rise. Do you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep the person sworn as jurors on this trial from separating from each other, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them or any of them, orally or otherwise, that you will not communicate with them or any of them, orally or otherwise, except by the order of this court, or to ask them if they have agreed on their verdict until they shall be discharged, and that you will not, before they render a verdict, communicate to any person the state of the deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon. So if you got it under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. We are going to allow you to deliberate. Ms. Slaviak is going to ask you about dinner plans, okay? Because we know you haven't had dinner, and we'll provide you with dinner. But you get to pick. But I want to start the deliberations now, and then we'll do that. So Mrs. Slaviak may have communications with you just depending on what plans you have, and then when we bring you back. We'd most likely, if you want to come back, bring you back tomorrow morning. You may be back Thursday morning. That's a possibility. But I'll let you deliberate and decide, and then you can let Ms. Slaviak know. So I will dismiss the jury for deliberation, so I'll rise. We'll follow up with jury instructions and the directed verdict and the verdict form. And Ms. Slaviak may ask you some questions about dinner tonight. You can follow Ms. Slaviak. All right, any questions concerning the jury instructions or communications with the jury? I had some problems with the verdict form, so we're gonna redo it. It should read not guilty, guilty of domestic assault or guilty of domestic battery. Because it's an or. It's a guilty of domestic assault or guilty of or I can just put and or, but it's gotta read appropriate. Again, because it's charged as domestic and or domestic assault and battery. And it can be, it's either an assault and a battery. They both have different definitions, as we stated in the instructions. The instructions treat it separately. So it should read not guilty first and then guilty of domestic assault, because domestic makes it a different assault and or domestic battery. I don't care if we keep it on one line, we can go to 2 lines. Probably 1 line would suffice.
I would agree. I would ask for 1 line
Okay.
because I think that having the 2 lines could be confusing, could end up thinking they're 2 counts. 1 line just might make it simpler.
Mr. Harris.
If the court is going to go with 1 line, then my understanding, well, my thought would be that's what the court is going to go with.
But no, I mean, do you have any, would you prefer 2 lines? Because I'm not, it is domestic assault or domestic battery.
My thought, Your Honor, is that if it's listed in the complaint or listed the way it's listed as domestic assault or domestic violence, then perhaps my argument might be that 2 lines might be potentially clearer.
It doesn't matter to me.
That's the
Your
way
Honor,
it's
it's the
listed in
wording of
complaint.
1 count, of 1 charge. It's assault or battery in that 1 count. I think they should be put together because we only had to prove either the assault or the battery took place.
But they do
for
have
the
different,
guilty verdict.
they do have different definitions. And so, okay, so we will do not guilty, guilty of domestic assault, guilty of domestic battery.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, and then we'll do that for the 4-person. Yeah, this is incorrect. So not guilty, guilty of domestic assault, guilty of domestic battery.
They're gonna deliberate tonight.
So
They're gonna deliberate tonight.
I was thinking that may be the case, but they get to choose. We got to give it to them for. I don't know how to read it. Is that a domestic? Is that?
Yeah. It's just because the grammar.
All right, let's go with that. We can give it to Megan and she can provide it with the instructions to the jury. I think technically it's an and/or, but they get definitions of both assault and battery. So I think it's wise to do it this way.
Understood, Your Honor.
The only comment I have on that, Your Honor, is that the jury instructions for the assault and the battery are in the same line of the
They are, it's
instruction.
paragraph 1 and paragraph 2.
So it does worry me that there's going to be confusion by separating it out.
I can't help that except that they've got to read the entire instruction. Yeah, that they have to read the entire instruction. But they should read, because they do, if there's a different definition of assault than there is for a different definition of battery. And it is charged as an or. Because I don't think it'd be proper to make it an and, because then they have to find assault and battery, and they don't have to find assault and battery. They can find either assault or battery.
Yes, Your Honor, but I also, I do understand where you're coming from, but I also see how they can find either one for the 1 count, which is, that's just the kind of.
It is, but the complaint's written in the jury, different than the jury instruction.
Understood, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so I don't know if that's printed off yet.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
All right, you may. And I think Megan took the jury instructions. So it's guilty of domestic assault, guilty of domestic battery. I think that's it better read. That's the instruction we're giving them. And we'll provide that to the court officer to add to the court instructions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Understood.
Anything else for the record in docket 2303066 from the people?
Not for the people, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we stand in adjournment till we get a verdict, and we'll provide that to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You get it back. Thank you.
Okay,
Ross, what are you doing here?
I'm-
Wrong courtroom.
I
I think
got
he's decided.
you.
What is
Go on,
going
Gil.
on down there?
I think
Go
he's
shake
just,
them for me.
he wants to live here, apparently. He thinks this is a new building where there's showers and nice amenities. There's not, there's cockroaches.
I'm pretty sure there's a hot tub somewhere.
Where?
I'm looking for it.
This is like, yours is out of control.
Again.
You're all looking at me, all right? I think,
Yeah, because you're the
Because
problem.
clearly you weren't
It's you.
persuasive enough.
yeah, I guess not.
I forget.
The evidence spoke for itself.
Yeah.
Some people just hate women. Am I wrong? 117 pounds of her attacked 290 pounds on her own. And did. She ran it through the base.
was that your actual argument or was that their actual?
Was there? The only evidence of her doing anything to him was her finding his hand.
But after he got on her, then she also.
He had her on the couch kneeling against her.
They didn't give us, so I'm gonna go into open space.
Clean the library.
Yeah, and that was the locker room, remember?
You guys do not have to stick around. It's gonna be so late at this point. Like,
Well, that
go
one's at a
home
concert where I could go home and watch TV by myself.
with your dog. You have a dog.
Yeah, but I'm not allowed to watch my favorite shows and Madeline's not there. We watch those shows together. And I don't have. I can get it.
Can you let? I'm sorry. Can you let Wendy know we reached a verdict? Yeah.
the office will let them know. Maybe. I've got a lot of.
Whatever the verdict is. Calm, collective, get it done, let them leave and just walk home, go home. That's it. Then we'll talk about it later. Whatever the verdict is, once we get the date. Give him the paperwork, and then he goes home, and he also call, he has to call, whatever they, you know, if it's not guilty, great, you're done, you go home, never come back. If it's guilty, he has to call tomorrow and get the paperwork and go see probation and all that. So.
How are you?
Soy como los africanos. Una sala. Ay, los nervios dan como, ¿verdad? Estaba tan
Está
encerrado.
caliente, sí.
Y la señora no habló. La de acá, ¿no?
No, ninguno de ellos habló.
Oh, no. Ay,
No,
no.
no.
Sí, pero yo vi que uno sí comentó algo. El que se fue.
El que se fue, coño, qué casualidad.
El que habla español se fue.
Sí.
Y eso. Pero decir que bueno. No, mejor déjalo. Porque imagino.
We're just waiting for Mrs. Dow and the attorneys.
Son como negros. Hablan inglés y se quieren hacer como que son más americanos que latinos, entonces y lo van a tratar de guiar por ser amigos. Yo soy así de que hacer un
Here's, I'm gonna walk on the side to get the ground as well.
I'm doing the same.
Yes, hold on,
You say I'm gonna stay here all night?
hold on.
I don't have a docket tomorrow. I don't have anything tomorrow that I would be here for. Besides covering health and payroll.
Talk about our clock part.
Oh. You're locking the part? Oh, then you have to
You
have
want to get on the ground
AMS.
floor?
Yeah, you have to have AMS though. That wasn't
She
supposed
said we
to.
know 35 years and better.
All right.
Same thing. Felonies and misdemeanors.
All right, you may be seated. My understanding, we have a verdict. And so I will bring the jury in. I will ask for the foreperson to give Ms. Slaviak the foreperson so that I'll look at it, I'll give it back, and I'll have the foreperson read the verdict. All right.
Yes, ready.
Your Honor.
Yeah, anything to come to the court's attention before we bring the jury into the room? Ms. Slavia, Ms. Mazel,
Not for the people, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's bring in the jury and everybody should stand for the jury.
Before you guys leave, I will need back your, the information about the proposed jurors that we gave you this morning.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, you may be seated. We're back on the record in docket 23-03066. Is the foreperson have the verdict? All right, are you the foreperson, sir? All right, you can stand and give the verdict form to Ms. Slaviak. Ms. Slaviak, can I have you stay right there? All right, you can return it to juror number 5, I believe. And then foreperson, you may read the verdict. And you should stand up and read the verdict.
The jury has found Mr. Sylvia not guilty.
Thank you. Mrs. Eld, would you like you may have a seat. Would you like the jury polled?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. Juror number 1, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is that your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 5, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is that your verdict?
Yes.
All right. Are you satisfied, ma'am?
I am, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Thank you.
All right. Jury, I could tell you how neat you are, and that we don't function as a city or a county without your participation in this. I could tell you those things. I'm not. You need to go home, and you will go home. So go home. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance tonight.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, so the jury. You can leave that with Ms. Slaviak. All right, we will give a second for the jury to remove themselves. All right, and then Mr. Silva, the jury has come back not guilty on this form. That was at 6:42. And so that is a dismissal. So you should be all set today. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the people in 23-03066, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
If I would just simply ask that my client perhaps be given a copy of that dismissal, Your Honor, I would greatly.
There is no
There's,
dismissal.
yeah, it comes from the jury, so
Understood.
that there is a no contact order. I think that you are, so to protect yourself, you should probably there's a no contact, there's no GPS, so we don't have to worry about that. I would stay away 4 hours because it takes about 4 hours to purge from the system. And I don't want you to be in violation of no contact order. Okay. All right, well, then tomorrow morning was even worse.
Yes,
Yeah.
tomorrow morning is worse.
So,
My guess, Your Honor, might be just to be safe, 24 hours.
yeah, I would stay away, so from the no contact order, just to protect yourself. Shouldn't be an issue. All right. So for the next 24 hours, if there is a problem, contact my office and we'll let them know that the jury trial was held and there's dismissal. Since it's a jury dismissal, we won't have anything in writing for you. All right. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Nice job. Mr. Harris.
Great job, honestly. For the moment I'm out and stuff, my confidence.
Oh, it was a 50-50 answer. It was a good.
Ma'am, thank you for your assistance.
Right?
Thank you for your assistance today.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
James, I need that paperwork.
Yes.
Susan will do that things to me.
I think you have all the paperwork.
I don't have Mr. Harris, and I don't have the jury verdict form. Thank you, and I don't have